Fed's Bostic says that wage gains have returned to pre-pandemic levels.
Morning, morning. How's everyone doing? Yeah, same. Oh, it was good. Pretty good. Jazz Fest was all weekend, so it was a lot of outside this weekend. Little, it's like these concerts like right outside my window are going to like 12 o'clock, 1 in the morning every day. Mm.
Fed's Bostic says the US consumer is showing more precaution.
I love how we're just back to threatening countries again. Nations should expect wrath if they have digital tax. Japan and the EU if digital tax remains. Okay. If nations are what? Tariffs could go back up. We could still spring back to April 2nd tariffs. Like what are we doing here again? All right, what other news did I miss this morning? Other than tariffs being threatened again. That looks like about it. Okay. So we've got press briefing at the White House at 1. Trump signing more executive orders at 2:30, right? Is that correct? Am I reading that correctly? And then that's it for today? Not bad. Up, Julian. Morning, man. There's a new season of Squid Games. Didn't the last season just come out? Confused. That's crazy. How many years were in between the first season and the second season? Like multiple, right? And then they were just released two in 1 year. Interesting. So they probably just split the second season into two parts, is what it sounds like. It's weird. Oh my god, what did I just do? How did I manage this? Okay. Whoa. Whoa. What? How did I manage this? Alright, we fixed it. There's someone doing construction directly above me, and they've been doing it for the last hour. It's very annoying. Hopefully, it doesn't come up on my mic. Alright, good. It's like someone gave a toddler a hammer, and they've been building like IKEA furniture directly above my head. I have no clue what they could possibly be doing, but I just every 30 seconds someone just like hits my floor 3 times is what it sounds like with a hammer. I don't know how many things need to be hammered, but it's been going on for an hour and a half. Nice. Gotta love that. Yeah, 45 seems pretty reasonable. We'll see. Our it's just VWAP. What's the over under on French people rioting over this? What are we thinking? Riots in the streets. Another rejection of our 15-minute VWAP at 45s. Full balance rotation. There's really not much to say here. It's very stuck. What's leading today? Miners, healthcare, communications, financials are the only things that are green. Really. Tech, kind of. Everything else is like barely. China down, energy down, utilities down, real estate down. Semis neutral. $40 till new 15s. Just coming back down into this absorption. See what happens. Offer sitting into 20. So sell side serious on the open of this new 15. We'll see them reject 20s and then rotate us down from here, breaking balance. If we push over 20s, I'd expect a full rotation back up. Just up in that 40.
The Fed bids for 3-month bills total $5.3 billion and 6-month bills total $4.8 billion.
Kind of quiet today.
Fitch Ratings comment that higher NATO pledge compounds Europe's fiscal consolidation challenges.
Maybe my Discord is just low. I don't know what's going on. Let's see if something's up with my volume.
So looking into this piece from Fitch Ratings then, it notes that the NATO members' pledge to increase defense spending to 5% of GDP by 2035 underscores how such costs are compounding European sovereigns' fiscal challenges. We have posted out the full piece from Fitch Ratings on the feed for those interested.
Okay, I think that's better. So there's really, again, not much here. This is just where we saw absorption last. This is, we're going to need to see a very clear look below 800s or this
The
yellow
euro
area
extends gains against the dollar to
or anything more.
1.1755, a new high for this year.
This like 805 to 797. That's what we're going to be watching. Again, offer sitting above at like 819, 820, that area. See something like this maybe. Or we hold here and then we rotate up off of that. Watching for one of these.
So in 10 minutes time now, at the bottom of the hour, the US is due to sell $79 billion in 3-month bills, with a prior high yield of 4.195% and a prior bid to cover of 3.49. The US is also due to sell $71 billion in 6-month bills, with a prior high yield of 4.12% and a prior bid to cover of 2.7.
As we push up into 19, should be your first risk off if you are playing off a pathing here. If we can pop over 24, I think we do full rotation out. So again, this should be your first target. Just took off one. Got to get over this like 24 or 25 for anything more. And then we just rotate back up to 845, 840. So on balance days, it's just a bounce off our reversion zone, which is this green box here. And it's just a reversion back up to our POC, which is what we just did right there. So we'll see what happens. Offer, again, very clearly there. This is our value low of previous candle. This is just where we absorbed on the last attempt down here. So it made sense to look for a little bit of a bid. And now it's just a matter of, is this offer lowering here into our 20? Or are we going to flip this, and then are we going to then have sellers who are offsides here and here for rotations up? So again, it's just a really good first risk off at the bottom of our range. And now it's just a matter of waiting to see which way we're headed. Upside target would be just this VWAP here at 40. If we hold our value low here at 20s, we'll be watching for, again, this to be our offer and for sell side to step below 797 for downside continuation. If that doesn't happen, just expect more of the same.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, US due to sell $79 billion in 3-month bills. Prior high yield, 4.195%. Bid to cover prior, 3.49. The US also due to sell $71 billion in 6-month bills, with a prior high yield of 4.12% and a prior bid to cover of 2.7.
Offer just sitting at this 25, no change so far. Need to see bid step over, just right into target. Just waiting to see if we are able to hold this and flip below, or if this is going to hold for the rotation back up to 40. Yes, VWAP projection. Yes is by far the most bearish PA on the day so far. NQ very flat in balance, but yes has been putting in new lows, which is interesting. This look back below 20s could be an issue if offer steps back down, now trapping above 24. Watching for a potential lower high here.
We're shortly expecting the results from the US 3 and 6 month bill auctions.
We have 40 seconds till new 15s. I'm a bit worried here if new 15 opens into this, that we rotate down. A bit worried about this on open new 15. We need to see new 15 open above this value edge at 24s and show it as supportive, or expect this to be our offer now with these guys being offsides above. All right, new 15's opening now. See if we can pop above or if this holds offer. You can see what I'm talking about here with us opening below POC. So this needs to become supportive for us to rotate up to 41. So let's see if offer can shift here or if this rotates down. Yes, and RTY trying to hold our value edge, which is interesting.
3 month high rate 4 spot
Again,
235%,
need to
4
get
spot
over this 24 and
235% with a bid
bid
cover of
for
3 spot
upside.
04, 3
Respect
spot
our offer here.
04. The US selling $84 billion and awarding 3 spot 73% of bids at high. For the 6 month, the high rate was 4 spot 11%, 4 spot 11%, with a bid cover of 2 spot 77, 2 spot 77. The US there sold $76 billion and awarded 23.32% of bids at high.
It's a good hold at our lows. I'm just looking at this value edge low here that we just held from previous candle. We're trying to look now above our value high of previous candle. It's just very stuck here. See if this bid can hold. Looking above. Need to see that secondary buyer step in for that rotation to 40. Yes, top of range here. So this is POC of previous candle now that we've able to push over. Not really much here, right? You're just gonna need to be risking off until we can show interest above this. I'm taking off 1 gear as we push it into 40. Just my runner now on the look above R24.
So we're noticing Alphabet shares reverse their pre-market gains, last down around 1%. Alright, deleting pathing now that this is fully played. Or I'll just move it over, it's fine.
There's nothing here until we can get over 50. This 40 to 50 is your high of balance. If you want to hold a runner, you're holding for a breakout, right? If not, this is top of balance. So I just have it marked like this. Hopefully that's clear. 40 to 50 is our offer. If we can build above 50s, should be able to rotate up to like 67, 75 area. That's your next target. Until then, this is just top of range. What you're looking for is for sell side to absorb up into here and then rotate back down. And then that's another balance rotation, like so. Or we're just still in this bottom of balance hold of 797 to 805 for rotations up to here, right? So I don't have much more to say. There's nothing really to talk about here. What we're watching for is can this value edge here hold at our 3540 for rotations up, right? That's really all that's here. You can't really be bullish until we show interest above our 30-second opening ranges. So that means above here on ES, above 250. Not really much here until we show that it's supportive. And for NQ, not much here until we show interest above this 60 to 75. I am long one runner here with a 830 average on my runner. I closed my 805 long. Any questions, or are we on the same page? No further questions. All right, so let's see what happens here into 50. If we look back below 35.40, it's probably most definitely a short. If it's bid and hold over 50s, we rotate up to our ORM to ORH. I'm flat into 50s, and I wait to see if we can breach above or not. Good. Mhm. Okay. Offer sitting at 55s right now on NQ. The key here is getting back below these POCs at this 35.40 for downside. That should be obvious. Until then, that should be what you're looking at as supportive. Change this to a yellow box as a auction pivot. Good look above so far. Could hold a 50 so far. Yes, into our 30-second opening range low here, into 43. So far, it's looking good. We just need to see a bit more excitement, but this is a good flip over our 15-minute VWAP here. Everything's holding where it needs to. I'm thinking that this is going to at least rotate up to our ORM at 63.50 off of our hold of 50s. Just keep that in mind. It's just the ORL to ORM trade right now. I'm flat, just waiting. But I think this into 63 looks good. We have a bit of a bid absorption into 53. I see two possible trades here, really three. I see a short-term short back to 35s here if 50 holds. That seems like a pretty no-brainer off of the break of 50s. And that's just a rotation back to our value edge based off of this lower high. That's playing out right now. Not enough time to really get into that. Secondary is a bid here. So now you're looking for a higher low. Right? So this is your risk. You're watching this for a long and then a push up. There's this, or there's just the look below and then a hold of our value edge. So those are really it. You've got, again, like this look below and hold is just a rotation to here. Now you're watching to see if our value edge can hold as supportive and we can get back over 50s. If we can get over 50s again, you should be looking for a rotation to 63, so 67. I am personally waiting for either a breach and hold back over 50s or a look and hold below this 35.40 for the rotation back down, for the balance trade all the way back down. So just keep that in mind, that we really need to see how we interact here at our value edge on the daily profile on NQ. If we can hold our value edge, we look for continuation up. If this holds as resistance, we'll look for a balance rotation down. We have 2 minutes until new 15s.
Just seeing from a Punchbowl reporter on X here, says there's a lot of conversations right now about the House Republicans wanting the Senate to make a significant changes to their reconciliation bill in the wraparound amendment at the end of the Votorama.
New 15s opening now. So this is your first risk off if you are playing off of your value edge here into 50s. If we can hold above 50, then we can do the rotation back through, right? There's some absorption here into this POC. This is what we're watching as your, where we need to see this bid now hold, ideally, for that more upside. So again, this is just POC of previous candle. We held our daily value high. It's a good rotation. Now watching to see if we can find a bid here. If we can find a bid and get over this, should be able to see at least one more leg, but we need to show interest over this 55. Again, not looking for a short until we show interest below 35.40. We want to see a look below and then a hold just like we have on pathing. Once we have that, we're in a very good position. Probably be something like this risk-wise. Bid resting at 50. So far, holding off our 50 bid. Need to get over this 55. Very tight range right now. I don't think there's anything wrong playing off 50s, but you're looking only for like 10 points right now into our 63, 60, which we just tagged. So just a little scalp right now. If we can show interest above, then we're good to go. This is a great secondary risk off into 63s. So this is your full rotation, right? Now it's just a matter of seeing if we can build above this or if 75 is still offer. This is our deviation band from our VWAP hold. Now it's just a matter of can we get over or no. You guys following me still, or are we lost? What's going on? We good? So if we go back to the chart I posted in chat, this is our secondary of resistance. Now we just have to wait and see what happens up here. This is just ORL to ORM, which we just did. We really need ES to get the hell out of here. Offer sitting at 70s on NQ. ES double topping so far. So bid getting absorbed into 65. We're watching to see if we can get over that, or if it's going to be a lower high for rotation back down to 50. Right, so you're watching this look back below ORM. Your risk right now is a potential seller sitting here for rotations down to 50. What you want to see is a very clear hold in this area and a bid flipping over this ORM for rotations over 75. You need to see that, or again, the offer is going to be sitting here into this like 63, 65. So keep that in mind that right now you have sellers who are attempting to lower this, holding this edge as resistance for rotations down. That this is something that you have to be watching for with how we're building on footprint. I am personally long from 50s on this hold, just like we talked about. But I'm more than happy to be stopped out of this trade. So you need to understand your risk right now. It's like this is resistance into 65. And until we get over 75s and start to show that as a supportive hold over our ORH, there really is not much here. It can just rotate. So if you wanted a quick scalp, your risk again is the 63 to 67, and you're looking for a rotation down to 50s. Just putting that out there. And the way you can find stuff like this is just seeing where we're absorbing into unknown resistance. And then once we see that lower high, it's like, oh, okay, well, now I have something to play off of risk-wise, right? If I do the top step combine, which I'm planning to do, will I have to execute my trades on there, or can I connect the trade evade to that? Are you can trade your top step account in trade evade as long as you don't do the top step X platform. So you have to choose. So like when you are on their website, you can choose which platform you want your account to be on, and then they'll give you a password and a username for Tradeovate. So just again rotating here, see if offer holds into 63s. Not much here. We know that there's this buyer into 50, 55. We know that there's a seller into 60, 65. I'm not really looking for anything crazy until we show interest over 75s. I am still long on my runner. Just awaiting. Really nice retest at our offer. Rotation back down to these lows. That's your full PT into 50s. If you are playing off that short. Is there no voice on OBS? No, there it is. What?
According to the EIA, Texas crude oil production rose in April to 5.77 million barrels per day, its highest level since November.
Your second PT is 40. If you are on this short, until you get below 35 to 40, this is your target. If we can push below it, then you've got your full balance rotation below that we can play off of. Keep that in mind. We are looking for the look below and hold, or this is just going to be where that buyer is sitting again. Great job, Sauce. So again, this is your secondary risk off. We're watching to see if this flips. Look below, this is what we want to see. Now we want to see it hold on retest, where you're holding your value edge as resistance into 40s, if this is going to go down. Let's see what they do here. You're waiting for a Russell to find a high. Watch ES into 39 for reoffer. We just rotated our full value range from value high to value low. Now watching to see if we get a secondary sell. If ES and RTY can't continue showing any interest on the upside, then we'll look for this rotation through. Very clear where our value low is on this candle right now, into 35 on the 15-minute footprint. We are looking for this POC
Seeing
and
here,
this
the
value
UK
low to
stands
go
by digital
resistance
tax
or
after
the
Canada
downside.
bows to Trump's pressure. So the UK is currently planning to keep its
Or for
digital
this to
service
bid
tax, according to a
and go back
person
up.
familiar with the matter, after Canadian PM Carney scrapped their own levy to restart trade talks with Trump's administration.
All right. Hmm. 800. Yeah. Your first target would be 820 POC. You're just watching to see if value edge high is going to hold as resistance on look below or not. That's really it. We know that this is where the bid was last, right? So like until we step below this and show interest below, we know that the buyer is here. We are watching to see if value high is going to hold as offer, and if we can then rotate down to 20s and then our value low into 810, 812, and then of course your 800. So let's see what we can do here. Bit absorbing the offer a bit here into 35s, needs to step below 35 and hold for downside. um, it's likely. It's pretty likely. We got to get rid of this 35 bid, man. Back to our 35. Bit absorbed here into 40s, which is a good sign if we can get below this 35 here. 50 seconds till new 15s. They gotta slam this thing on new 15 below 35. My stop is sitting at 46. If we go higher than that, then this is invalidated, and this guy's just going to be punished. Who's trying to sell here? Oof. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. New 15. They'll battle at this 35. This is taking way too long. I'm stopped. Unlucky. It was worth trying, but way too stagnant there. I'll try again if we get below 35s and show interest.
Good morning, everybody.
What's up?
Not much. Not much. See how this short week ends up going.
Good bid at 40s there. So this is a look above our value edge on our daily profile at our highs off of a failure to shift value below. We've now bid at our 40, again, that value edge, and are rotating back up to our opening range low here at 50s. With that failure, we know that sell side's trapped, just like we talked about. Stopped at 46. I am now back in this trade, but long. Now just looking for this rotation back up. We'll see what happens. Just in with one contract so far. I'd like to see if we could hold 50s now for a secondary entry. For rotations back up to 65-ish, 63, where we took our original short. If that can't happen, then it's just not worth trading, in my opinion. So we'll see. Again, shorts, we'd really want to see a rotation below 35s for full move down. If we continue to show interest at our top edge, where we took our long last, it's the same trade as before, right? There's very clearly a bid here willing to just defend. So it's pretty stuck. I'm not looking for expansion until over 75s on NQ. Watching our 50 now to see if we can find a bid. Oh my god, get me out of here.
Trying to come into this top edge. Yes. Same size as previously where we've seen failures.
Just tagged out 1 into 62. It's your full PT off of this. Watching to see if we can flip this again, or if this is where shorts absorb again. Or sellers absorb buyers. This is our previous risk, where we saw them absorb, look below, and then rotate us down off of, right? So just keeping an eye on that. Again, I've taken off 1 contract here, just based off of this is the same area where sell side was sitting last. $30 seconds, 2015s.
Seconds till new 15s. Nice ES hold. Two-sided trading once again in the highs at this 45. Top of imbalance.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we're expecting comments from Chicago Fed President Goolsbee, who speaks in a moderated Q&A at the 2025 Aspen Ideas Festival in Aspen, Colorado. No indication of
Aspen
whether there is going to be a
Ideas
text or not,
Festival.
but there will be a Q&A. Keep in mind as well, at the top of the hour, we also get the White House press briefing with Press Secretary Leavitt. Live videos are available for both of these. We've put the Goolsbee one on the feed. We'll put the Leavitt one out soon as well. So we've posted out the live videos for Fed Scalping and White House Press Secretary Leavitt, both due to be speaking at the top of the hour.
You don't like the 2 a.m. start sauce?
I've never felt more like a boomer looking at the people who are on this. Who are any of these people?
No, one person from Thursday. Actually looking at them now.
I know Troy Boy on Friday.
True, yeah. I like excision.
I know Emancipator.
Goldman Sachs pulled forward Fed rate cut to September from December.
Yeah, see, this isn't bad sauce. You only got like 2 or 3 good people to see anyways there. So, boom. Done deal.
Fleet Mac Wood. I was like, a Fleetwood Mac is such a random, but no, it's a band. Okay, I know Rez. So I know 3 people so far. Huge. Yeah, okay, Excision. Yep, 4. Oh, Illenium. 5. Six, Cloak and Dagger. I know 6.
Good.
Huge.
Also, 5 minutes ago, we were expected to hear from Fed Scalping. We do have the live link on the feed for you to watch that from there. And also, White House Press Secretary Leavitt, due to be delivering her press briefing at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. That video is on the feed for you to watch.
Oh boy. All right, here we go.
Best part of the hour.
This was not on the timeline for news. I didn't see her speaking today.
Treasury yields extend slide 10 and 30-year to session lows.
I mean, there's no reason staying in this position. I just, these stalls are not fun. I don't know, man. Let's see if 50s hold again, but I don't have a ton of faith. Sell side getting a little heavy here under 55. This is our 30-second opening range on NQ into 50. It's just the same trade as before, like nothing has shifted here. Sell side still sitting at this 63. Just rotation down to 50 is your first PT. I'm not in this. It's too slow for me. We know bids resting at 35 to 40.
One minute to go now till we're expected to hear from Levitt and also Fed Scoresby. Again, text is to be determined for Fed Scoresby.
Everything back to POC.
Excuse me. 10 seconds,
10 seconds until we're
and
potentially
news.
expecting to hear from Fed Scoresby with text. Nothing released as of yet, and looking at the Chicago Fed website, nothing on there, nothing on there so far.
Stayed up almost midnight. Holy. Yeah, I mean, that's a good trade, Julian. There's no change. We just need to see them show interest below this 30-35, or it's just gonna bid again. I'm hoping with Levitt something actually happens. I don't really care about this area anymore personally. I've traded both sides of it twice now. Kind of sick of it. But if we can show interest below, then I'll play the rotation down, no problem.
Fed Scoresby currently speaking live at the Aspen Ideas Festival. Remember, the link is on the feed for you to watch from there.
Man, I hate rich people stuff. Let's go to Aspen and think about ideas.
48. SD. Just waiting for a reoffer here. If I don't get in, it's whatever. I'll play the secondary move below POC, but I'm not shorting now. It's only like 10 points left to our daily POC on NQ. All right, let's see what happens into this retest. This is where we care. Bid resting at 820. It is paramount that we show interest at this 35-40 area as offer, and we absorb here. If they flip this back over, sell sides just doesn't have the ammo it needs.
US Treasury 10-year yield hits the lowest since early June, last down about 4.3 basis points at 4.241%.
Like, this recovery of 35 is so bad. What are we doing? Levitt is still not out.
Trump just on Truth Social, just talking about Jerome Powell again. He's just saying that too late Powell and his entire board should be ashamed of themselves for allowing this to happen to the US. They have one of the easiest
Late
yet most
Powell.
prestigious jobs in America. They've failed and continue to do so. So it just does sort of more or less the same thing that he's been talking about before, Powell. It just says, it just reiterates that we should be paying 1% interest or better. In the picture that he's got, it's just got the different central banks and what rates that they have.
What a lovely doji. There's literally nothing bullish about this. We're just holding for I'm not sure what. It's like a huge ass offer above into 50s. This 35 flip is gross for short term. I don't know. Not a fan. What I mean by that is, like, yes, we have a short-term pivot at 35 on the flip, and we can rotate back up to 50, but, like, again, like, there's no explanation or reason to look for expansion until 65-75 go bad. Like there's just not. So you're very limited on upside here until we see that flip. And the downside rotation just makes way more sense to me. But I mean, if sell side doesn't care about it, then what makes more sense to me doesn't matter. So I probably just won't play it until we have a bit more speed. I don't know. I'm not sold that this is flipping bullish again. I don't know. Feels like just chop and noise until Levitt comes out, and then we have direction. Into our 35 here again. $40 seconds till new 15s. I'd like to see this close below POC of previous candle. It's opening now. See if this holds for the downside rotation.
Surely expecting Fed reverse repo operation data.
It's the same as before, where it's just watching POC to value high as our risk. Let's see what happens.
$62 counterparties take $460.731 billion at Fed reverse repo operation.
It? Really?
Huge.
An 8-hour set is disgusting, by the way.
Not a fan of the 8 hours. Imagine an 8-hour boiler room. They would have
The
dead
smell.
Holy.
The smell alone.
Oh boy.
Anytime, Levitt.
Generating ideas in Aspen.
Please just start yapping. I'll be right back. I'll grab water. Oh, she's speaking. I got filled one at 24s. See if we can get down to 820. It's the hardest 10 points I've ever fought for from a Jesus. Alligator Alcatraz is what she just said.
Holy. Sorry, some funny words, Magic Man.
So White House Press Secretary Levitt currently speaking at the press briefing, currently touting stock market gains. White House Press Secretary Levitt says high interest rates remain a problem. Levitt says that Trump sent a note to Powell today. So US Treasury 10-year yield hits the lowest since early June, last down 4.3 basis points at around 4.241%.
Big scribbles. I will be right back.
You hear this guy? Another flip over 35s. See if we get a secondary bid to step in.
US
Or
House Speaker
if this
Johnson
is
will
able to
meet with
absorb
Trump
here and then
again
rotate
today,
back
according
down.
to sources.
We have 30 seconds till new 15s.
That's White House Press Secretary Levitt there saying Speaker Johnson will meet with Trump again today.
New 15. It has to be really serious here.
White House Press Secretary Levitt says Envoy Witkoff has been in communication with the Iranians.
Watching our value edge here into 32, 35. See if the bid can hold. If it does, then I'd expect a rotation up. If we hold this, then we should just rotate back down to our POC.
Levitt adds that Trump has not spoken with Iran himself.
Good look below. Let's see if that can hold. It says POC a previous candle. Just filled, oh no, I'm about to get filled at 20 here. Are they gonna do it? Might have to shift this up. I want these guys to be trapped off sides. Did not get filled at 20. Watching our reoffer. Chat. Alright, just got filled at 820. I have one contract left, 34 average. Let's see if we get any room with this. Jesus. Hmm.
It's being reported here by Axios that the US is holding preliminary discussions on Israel's Syria deal. So the administration is holding preliminary discussions with Israel and Syria on a potential security agreement between the two long-time enemy states. That's according to US and Israeli officials telling Axios.
Yeah, we got 2-point move on ES. Hell yeah.
Levitt says China TikTok talks are ongoing at highest levels.
China TikTok talks.
Levitt says 90-day extension is to work out TikTok deal.
Bailey, keep your eye on ES in this 31 to 33 pocket. Obviously, that was our previous low, but there's a lot of buy-side absorption, so need to check if it's still there. If not, you just rely on Friday structure. Say the end of that LVN is 30.
White House Levitt says Trump is meeting with trade team this week to set nation tariff rates. And Levitt says that Trump will set rates if nations don't negotiate.
$40 till new 15s. Just in the middle of our range here, one of our lower balance.
White House Press Secretary Levitt says we're finalising agreements and we'll hear on India soon.
There's potentially another short here. Remember the logic of this original short, playing off of POC to value high of this candle. There's potentially something here again with the same structure, playing off of this POC here at 20 with your stop over 27, 28 really. If you wanted a secondary entry, I am just gonna hold my runner. I'm just watching to see if this is going to hold now for the same rotation. Just based off of the same action. I just have one runner left. I'm not really concerned about this, but I wanted to point that out that as long as we're holding below this 28, there's potentially one more leg down to 805. I'll just mark it here. Shit.
And so White House Press Secretary Levitt just confirming Trump's executive order that he's signing today. We did hear it from CBS earlier, I believe, but Trump will be signing an executive order to terminate Syria sanctions today. That's scheduled at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time.
Let's see if they get absorbed here. This AP stream, the chat is just two people spamming. Does the press secretary shave? And my sister married a black man, just over and over again. Those are the two people
Perfect.
who are just chatting. What is going on?
They're becoming sentient.
Levitt says Carney called Trump last night about the digital tax. ECB Simkus says, I don't know if we'll have all the information we need by September. Any move on rates is more likely towards the year end.
This is such a miserable trade, man. Holy.
Yeah.
Levitt says that we're working on a date for Netanyahu's visit. Ed Scoresby says, I don't see any prospect of 1970s style stagflation. White House's Levitt says, we will hear about trade deal with India very soon. That concludes the press briefing.
All right. Now what?
Scoresby says there's definitely the possibility of both inflation and employment getting worse at the same time.
And I gotta get a job as one of these Fed speakers. It could go worse, but it could be better. And everybody claps for me.
Surely.
EU to accept Trump's universal tariff, but seeks key exemptions.
Oh, that's
Again,
news.
EU to accept Trump's universal tariff, but seeks key exemptions.
I got
Little
stopped there on
bumpy.
that candle on my last contract. I do not plan to get back in until we see a reaction into the 35s. If we flip 35, 43, that area to supportive, then we're looking for upside off of that news. Use that wick as where sell-side liquidity is resting. I don't want to be too hasty with it though, as we've already taken off into 20 on 3 contracts.
Trump on
so
Truth Social,
it's going to give us a second to
just
play.
talking about Japan here, says to show people how spoiled nations have become with respect to the US, and I have great respect for Japan. They won't take our rice, yet they have a massive rice shortage. In other words, we'll just be sending them a letter, and we love having them as a trading partner for many years to come. So again, Trump
Okay.
says we'll send Japan letters on tariffs, seeing movement towards the
That's
downside
your
here on the
full
S&P
target.
500
That sucks that I
off of the
got
back
stopped
of that
out
there.
God damn it.
Holy.
I love sitting on a trade for 2 hours to get stopped in the wick low, right to target. Love that for me. Sick.
ES test was into Friday like POC structure and last week's value high. See if on this retrace, if we have a lower high and reoffer it, we end up balancing down towards that 25. If we come back up into today's value.
Candace PM Carney, speaking to reporters in Ottawa, says we're making progress towards a deal with the US.
All right. Watching to see if this 25-35 can hold.
Just reading further detail, going back to the European headline, the EU to accept Trump's universal tariff, but looks for key exemptions. So the European Union is willing to accept a trade arrangement with the US that includes a 10% universal tariff on many of the bloc's exports, but wants the US to commit to lower rates on key sectors such as pharmaceuticals, alcohol, semiconductors, and commercial aircraft. The EU is also pushing the US for quotas and exemptions to effectively lower US's 25% tariff on automobiles and car parts, as well as as well as his 50% tariff on steel and aluminium. That's according to people familiar with the matter.
Yes, looking back to value.
Bid
Saying
holds
QX
20, then
POC.
we're gonna have a problem for sellers. So far, selling into that 35, but if this bid holds a higher low, then I'm not a big fan. Need us back below 25, 20. To see if sell side can either push below and do this move, or if this is going to stay bid and then look for that rotation up. Oh my god, I didn't mean to move that. This is what happens. This is where the issue stems. It's like, okay, well then we're just back into this garbage. Yeah. Okay. I'm done with this area. Want no part in it.
Asset says that we expect trade frameworks will arrive after July 4th. So Asset currently speaking on Fox Business.
Full balance rotation here. Nothing to talk about. It's the same as before. I'm just not interested. Here, full rotation from another rejection of 35.43. Rotation down into our 800. There's potentially something here if offer can hold on retest of like 15 to 20. Watch this retest. Yeah, you're just looking for to see if we can absorb here.
Fitch rating says weak US weak US macroeconomic environment drives issuer defaults in May. Hassett on Japan trade says nothing is over. So now speaking to reporters. So Hassett commenting on Trump Japan Post says that we will be in discussions. Hassett says there's a lot of progress in discussions with Canada.
A lot of progress.
We are looking for POC to be resistance here. If we are going to get another down leg with a break of our 800s. This is the only place where I'm looking to see if sell side is going to shift value. If they fail to do this here in the mid, then it's just going to be a full rotation back up to our top of balance. into our POC now. See if they flip it or if we can hold here and then rotate back down. Bid's got to be very clear into like 15. You're watching for either this to curl and show interest below for downside, or this is going to bid, and then we look up for rotations up.
So Trump just speaking on Truth Social again, saying, "I'm doing a major conference call with faith leaders from all over the nation, and AT&T is totally unable to make their equipment work properly. This is the second time it's happened. If the boss of AT&T, whoever that may be, could get involved, it'll be good."
What a tweet. Why don't they just use Trump phones? You know what I mean? What are they doing?
Those are for the people.
So the back of that Truth Social did see a movement towards the downside from AT&T. And Trump said AT&T is unable to make their equipment work properly.
Surely not just the boomers trying to get on a conference call.
Hey, you
Seeing
hear me?
US Treasury 10-year yield dropping to its lowest since early May, last down 4.7 base points at about 4.235%.
This range is something else. Super fun. Your full balance rotation off of the rotation and push over our POC. Right back up into our highs here into 35 to 43. Same thing as before. Until this flips is supportive. This is where your offer's resting. We can see them sitting at 40s here. That is your upside pathing off that failure to get back below our value low edge. See what happens up here into top of range.
So just a reminder, in about 10 minutes' time, Trump is expected to be signing executive orders in the Oval Office with close press. Of course, with his recent Truth Social post about the conference call with fake leaders and talking about AT&T, probably is going to be delayed. Don't know how long, but it is scheduled to be at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So Trump on Truth Social again says, "I apologize for a long wait on the faith leaders conference call. AT&T ought to get its act together. Please pass along the word to the tens of thousands of people who are."
Jesus.
Saying we may have to reschedule the call, but we'll use another carrier next time.
He's got
AT&T
puts on
obviously doesn't
AT&T
know
or
what
what?
they're doing.
Like, what's going on?
Yeah, it kind of sounds like it.
This is like the clearest market manipulation I've ever heard.
I just, I don't know if the people who would actually like listen to something like that are actually even using AT&T. They're on like the Ryan Reynolds or Walmart phone services.
What is going on?
It's so funny. We will be using a different carrier. All right, bud.
Is AT&T stock just ATT? Yeah, right?
I
No.
think it might just be T.
Is it just T?
Oh, N-O-N. Oh, wait,
Yeah.
no T. Yeah, it's T. Okay. Why are you doing that to me, sir, man?
Sorry, it's been a while since I've looked at this.
It's one of those stocks that's been, what, like $20 for 80 years.
Well, someone bought the dip.
I think you're right, Sus. Yeah, it is. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's Philip Morris. I think around here, there's like it's all small like local companies. Plus, and then Zen. Like I don't see any other like big name brand. I don't even know what it would be. One.
Oh my god, get me out of this rage.
Maybe a comeback next week angle.
It's a terrible angle.
Oh, Thursday? Are you gonna trade Thursday?
I don't know. It's a half day?
It's a half day, and like I've never seen so many economic releases on a single day.
Ugh.
Like, and not like lollygaggy ones. Like, it is. Yeah, so half day early close, and then obviously like our continuing initial jobless claims, import export, average hourly earnings, non-farm payrolls, participation rate, unemployment rate, all the ISM non-manufacturing stuff, factory orders, S&P global service, everything, and a Bostic speaks. So like literally like everything that can move the market is getting reported.
Huge. We'll see how the rest of the week goes. If it like gets better, or if it feels tradable, then sure. If not, then no. I'm not gonna get on for 2 hours. I don't know. I'll just see how it goes.
NYMEX WTI crude August futures settle at $65.11 a barrel, down 41 cents or 0.63%. NYMEX natural gas August futures settle at around $3.45. Diesel July futures settle at around $2.34 a gallon, and gasoline July futures settle at around $2.07 a gallon.
Okay, we're following downside pathing now. Failure to get back above POC. Just rotating now, watching to see if 15 stays offer for this last leg. I'm not in anything. I'm done with this area, personally. But just a full balance rotation. That is your full balance rotation here into 797, 805. This is your target. If we can show interest below this, then there's potential for more, and I will be interested in that. The downside rotation, if we can get below this wick low and show interest, would be like 750, 760. So, but this is the bottom of balance. So let's see how we interact here. If we want to remain in or if we want to start expanding downward.
You have some like strange underlying divergence where it's more bullishly Microsoft, Apple, and Tesla and Nvidia are just kind of drilling here. The note as we're just reholding these auctions. I don't have much commentary on it, but
I think we get a nice retest here. This is the bottom of our reversion zone. First look below our bottom of balance. This is big. Taking out our wick low now.
So Nasdaq 100 pairs gains hits session low. Also, according to a court ruling, Apple must face US antitrust lawsuit accusing it of monopolizing smartphone market. So again, Apple must face US antitrust lawsuit accusing it of monopolizing smartphone market, according to a court ruling.
All right. Just following our downside pathing right now. We need to see a secondary leg. There's a lot of bid resting at 780. Our risk right now is 795 to like 805, 806. We're just watching to see if we can hold POC to value low here, this last candle, on the flip of our lower balance. If we can, again, I'll be looking for 750, 760 as target.
The euro hits the highest since September 2021 against the dollar, last up 0.5%.
750, 760, just ETH low. We're just watching to see if this lower balance can flip. Good luck, man. Remember, it's not a race. It's not a race. Small gains, compound them. Don't try to do too much. You got it. You're leaning towards micros? Yeah, definitely. We have 30 seconds till new 15s. Let's see what happens here. Can we flip back into our balance, or does this low hold, and then do we offer down? Should know relatively soon. 15 seconds. New 15s. POC is sitting at 803. Value high is sitting at 810.
Apple considers using
Okay.
outside AI to fix Siri in major reversal. So Apple said to away powering Siri with
I'm watching for a
Anthropic
look
or
back below. I
OpenAI
don't
tech.
believe in this.
Apple hasn't made a final decision and is still considering own models. Apple races to upgrade Siri with large language models in 2026.
Waiting.
The back of that did see a movement towards the upside in Apple. So again, Apple is considering using
Holy, what
AI
a
tech
candle.
from Anthropic or OpenAI to power a new version of Siri, potentially sidelining its own in-house model. So as I said, Apple shares quickly turning positive.
That candle.
Waiting. If 805 can hold, we're in a very good spot for upside. But if we get back below, this is just going to be a deadly trap. This is your risk for either side right now. See if this 805 can stay bid. 795. It's your stop. All right, figure it out. So sick of this market. So the reason why this area matters is it is our look back into balance. So we met our sellers where our last offer was sitting at our 820 on that wick. We then are testing back down to see if this bid is present here again. It is incredibly important that this buyer shows what's happening. Oh, okay, there we go. That this buyer off that offer is now able to maintain here, and that we're able to then show interest back above 20s for this rotation up, trapping these guys below. If we fail here and these guys in this wick high are trapped and we look back below, I'm much more inclined to believe that this sells. And we go to 50 to 60 pretty quickly. So really just a matter of which way, if buyers or sellers can maintain here. I mean, that's really all we've got. Can this bottom of balance hold on retest and rebid, or is this donezo? Most of this Apple move has been sold off. Kind of a nothing burger, in my opinion. But we'll see. We want that wick low, wick high taken out if we're bullish. If this just continues to maintain and these guys are offsides, like, okay, sweet, nothing, no change. I'm out one here into 17 from 805. Two left. Just looking for us to take out that wick high and then make it supportive. Should expect a bit of resistance as we rotate into our daily POC and this node that's sitting above where these deltas were on footprint are into like 25, 28. But if we can then build in this like I pathed, then we should be able to do the full rotation up off of the after getting back into our balance here. And that would just lead to your full rotation up here, right? But we want to be taking off our first risk into POC, which is what we're trading into right now. I have one runner left, 805 average. So I've taken off two here into 17 and 20. I'm just watching to see if we get a full rotation or if this is going to fail.
Brent crude futures settle at $67.61 a barrel, down 16 cents or 0.24%.
I'll be right back.
Sets up ECB's President Lagarde speaking at the Sintra event. There is a link to a live video on the economic calendar on the left-hand side. We'll post it on the feed for you as well. No indication whether text is to be expected or Q&A. So it'll just be an introductory speech. We have posted out the video for in the feed for you to watch. Says up there will be text for ECB's President Lagarde.
All right, and there's your full balance rotation. We can show interest over this 45 and bid, then we can trade our upper balance as we have labeled. But we got to see this pop and hold. This is our look.
Just keeping an eye on the S&P 500. Just seeing some movement towards the upside here. No other headlines to back up the move. Of course, we did have the earlier headline from Apple. Again, Apple considers
keep an
using
eye on RTY.
outside AI for Siri in major reversal.
This is our 30-second opening range low at 50. If we show interest over 63 to 75, then I'll look for expansion up. Until then, this is us just now having to build to reclaim our upper balance. So what we're watching for is from this 50 rejection, can we now find a bid, flag here, and then rotate up? Your next target would be this 63 to 67 area. If we can show interest above that, we'll probably see something like this, to be honest, is what I'd be watching for. Something like this. But we'll see. That's if this 35-45 area can hold the supportive here.
One minute ago now, we're expected to hear from ECB's President Lagarde. Remember, text is to be released on the ECB website.
We have 40 seconds till new 15s. We are watching to see if this 35-45 can hold a supportive, and then we can push up to 63, or if this is going to look back into our lower balance again and then rotate down.
Lagarde says ECB strategy fixes help avoid false certainty. So again, ECB strategy fixes help avoid false certainty. Lagarde says the world ahead is more uncertain. That is likely to make inflation more volatile. Regular supply disruptions are leading firms to adjust prices more frequently and contributing to greater inflationary volatility. Large shocks can trigger feedback loops and non-linear effects. We have also posted out our speech on the feed for you to read through.
I think your entry's fine, man. Just got the play around the zone. I mean, I like that that whole area. I mean, it's just kind of like it's
So Lagarde now live in the video that we have posted on the feed.
it's the same thing that we always talk about, which is like if sell side's serious at the low balance, then we'll hold it, right? Like we're not looking over and then for no reason. And so it's like we have to play with that secondary bid though. If they look over. And like we have to have a very clear invalidation below. Because it's like either going to trap, right? Or like we've clearly seen a shift in the auction. Right? So like as soon as we see that this no longer is holding as resistance, where we would expect that these, like for a downside move for expansion, like I have to now play with these people. Like my risk is very set here. And so like anything in here is totally fine to play along with. I need to see either these guys caught off sides and then that secondary seller like really step in here on that flip back below. Or like I have to go long because we know that it's the bottom of balance where we've seen this bid show interest multiple times, right? Like this isn't the first time we've traded this area today. So like if they're back here again, like I have to play with it just like we did earlier in the session as supportive. And until it flips resistance, like I just don't really, there's not much there. All we know is like these guys are then caught off sides. I don't know. That's at least how I view it. So I mean like anything above that 805 is kind of just like a bid. This is first target, by the way, if you're playing off of our flip over 45 into 63 to 67, which is where we've taken multiple shorts today. There's very clearly a seller sitting here. So if we can get through this guy and show interest above, then we can look up. I'd like to see that expansion happen over 75s and hold, just like we've pathed. Expect some sell side here, though. See if we can hold 50s or just immediately push over this guy now. That would be more ideal. There's your failure at the same level we've been shorting all day. Now let's watch to see if we can find a bid here as we push down into our low, opening range low at 50.
Well, ended up fully retracing this upside candle and putting a slight higher high, that news candle. Interesting.
Here, like sauce. This is like I tried to add on that look below our 95,805, and then I had to take a break even on the look over 805 as soon as we saw that bid hold, and then I just immediately flipped long. Right? Like I just like it as soon as we flip back over that and then we see a bid step in, like I have to just close for break even. And then we just go long. Because we've recovered our bottom of balance. MicroStrategy bought another 5K Bitcoin. Holy.
Really? I mean, I guess that is what they're supposed to do. That's a lot of Bitcoin, though.
People are saying that's 3% of total supply.
So seeing shares of Apple extending gains now to over 2%, session high.
Something to always ask yourself when you see large purchases like this of BTC. Like, let's go to a higher time frame. One thing you need to ask yourself is you have all of this accumulation happening up here with all of this news coming out of like all of these big banks and funds that are buying Bitcoin, and you're seeing zero movement. This something you always need to ask yourself is who is selling them this Bitcoin? And why is price not moving? If you're not curious about that, you've got there's a problem there. Yes, paper Bitcoin.
Holy. Gate die.
He's almost not wrong. It's because exchanges are giving out IOUs for Bitcoin. It's the same problem that's in the stock world with shorts. It's like multiple shares or multiple coins are basically being used for the same transaction. So if your Bitcoin isn't in cold storage, it is being used as an IOU from the brokerage and then being sold to someone else. And the whole entire idea is that not everyone is going to sell at the same time, and so they can get away with basically giving IOU coins. Something that was never supposed to happen with Bitcoin, but is happening. And I don't see enough people worried about that, which is interesting.
Yeah, when you guys have a minute, if you're interested in that line of thought, I highly recommend you read into a concept called here we go. Rehypothecation.
The tie for that question, like, I think you have to define, like, what does that mean? Because if the brokerage has, like, a pool of the asset, and then what you're doing is you're buying from them, but it's still, like, there's no actual exchange occurring then, right? Because it's, like, it's not happening on the exchange. It's between you and the broker, and there's no movement, right? They're not, like, going out to the market to find it for you sometimes. And if you don't do anything with it, it's still being held in their hands. Maybe they have like X% of that stake, so they're making interest on it while the transference of ownership is printed. But does that make sense?
Here, this is a explain it like I'm 5 explanation of that concept.
Spot gold rises over 1%.
The coin value doesn't even need to go up. People just need to not sell. If there's never a reason for someone to take back what is technically theirs, right, from a bank, then it's still that collateral is still up in the air and can be used over and over again. It's only when there's a mass exodus from an exchange that it becomes a problem, like you saw with what was Sam's exchange? FTX? There was a
League
problem
of
there
Legends.
because FTX didn't have enough coins to cover all the people who were trying to exiting because they were doing exactly this, and all exchanges do this. It's the same thing for stocks. But as soon as you realize that this is happening, the whole argument of like there's a limited supply of Bitcoin no longer applies, right? Like that's the whole move, like why Bitcoin is valued at what it is like it's a super limited supply, they can't print more, yada yada, right? So like as supply thins, the price is supposed to go up exponentially. But because that's not happening and they're accumulating fake coin, which is being basically paper Bitcoin, the price is stabilized as all of these firms eat up all of your coin, which you already own. And my question is, when the bubble does pop, who are they going to sell to? Are they going to let the banks get out first or you?
They're gonna be selling to Rory.
All right,
8 minutes here.
this is a big
till
deal.
Final 30.
This is our look over our opening range high on the 30. See what they do here. Do you know how Microsoft market cap has to be before it goes into S&P? What?
Now that's a question.
Oh, MicroStrategy.
I thought it got added. Did it not? I got added to one of the big ETFs.
It is big enough. It's eligible, but it is not in it, I don't believe.
Maybe that's what it was.
Yeah.
I feel like that happened last year. They were talking about it.
We do not want that to be in the S&P 500. And no one in crypto should want that either. If they're being real.
'Cause I was at a little get together over the weekend, and one of the people there was asking me if they should fully take their 401k out and put it into crypto.
Oh
It's
yeah.
like, holy. I hope you said yes. No. I know you think I'm a big meanie tie, but I'm actually kind of, don't want to see everyone burned.
Just be boring and invest in SPY, man. What are we doing? I don't understand how anyone in the crypto space would want MicroStrategy and SPY though. Like the whole point is it's supposed to be like this separate thing, and then you have all of these banks and ETFs now buying into it, and it's like, wait, actually you don't believe in crypto. You just want number to go up. Like it's clear.
Apple shares add to gains, last up about 2.5% following the reports that it's weighing using Anthropic or OpenAI to power Siri.
It's very clear that like you don't actually care about it being like a separate entity.
You just care about trying to make money.
Yeah, exactly.
Bye, surf.
There, sir. Hopper's sitting at 95 on NQ. Later, Zeno.
Bye, everybody. Little peek over Globex high here. Yes.
That's your ETH high taken out on ES. 95 offers still sitting on NQ. People playing the 75 bid or no? Yeah. So we got your hold over your 45s, your rotation up, your hold of 50s, your rotation and bid over 75s. Now we're watching 95 and then 906 to like 914 next target, just for our push into ADR and ETH high. ETH high is sitting at 915.
Axios reports that Netanyahu and Trump are to meet at the White House on July 7th.
Nice job, Sauce. So when that happens, it truly becomes paper. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't understand why people aren't questioning. Like again, like there's been so much accumulation from BlackRock, from MSTR, et cetera, that just like is not moving the market whatsoever. And it's like, okay, well, who's selling them this Bitcoin? And it's like it's not people. It's not like on exchange, right? That volume isn't showing whatsoever. It's the brokerages that are selling it to them. And who, like, if it's all off market, then price doesn't move because they're agreeing upon a price. Trust me, when they do sell, it will move the price. So they're buying without moving the market, but when they sell, it definitely will. It's just annoying. New 15's opening here in a second. Let's see what happens.
Final half hours.
There's really not much here. We're now watching to see if, this 50 low can hold as supportive now that we've looked above. So you're watching this area here from 60 to 50, see if we can hold a bid. This is value low of previous candle. If we can't get back over 75, that'll be your first signs of weakness for rotations back down. Start opening range high, not basically failing to hold. Double topped on Russell. Yes, rejected our ETH high. Now retesting our 30-second opening range here into 50. Just watching to see if bids step in or if that's all we got. Offer sitting at 75.
Apple shares extend gain to 3.1%, the most intraday since May 12th.
Or decent sized two-sided trading as ES comes back towards this daily open. Daily open is as well your Globex POC kind of zone, 15-minute high.
This ES lower high is a little scary. Following Russell on that look back into value. We just did a full value rotation on Russell off that failure. So I'm hoping that RTY finds a bottom here, and that gives us what we need on ES and NQ for a bid and a trap here for sellers. But if Russell doesn't find a low here into value low, and we can't get back over 75.80 on NQ, that's when we need to start worrying. So just watch this for your offer. And let's see if sell side can hold this, or if we flip it. Over 80s, I think we push highs. But we need Russell also to show interest here at our value low. I'm not too concerned about ES until we show interest back below 44. It's just holding our ORM right now. But again, like if we start to reject and Russell shows no strength back over VWAP, that's when we have issues. Same thing with the 75.80 on NQ, right? Like this is where that bid just kind of got absorbed. So if this holds offer, it's a good early sign that sell side has the advantage. But if we can flip it, it's just kind of telling us that we're flagging, in my opinion. So RTY into VWAP. And keep flirting with the 80. Trying to look above. Bit attempting to step up, so far being taken in. Yeah, he's trying. As long as RTY has momentum, we're fine. It's just as soon as that stops, right, you're gonna need NQ to like really start to push the gas if we want any continuation. If Russell starts to show weakness again, which it's starting to do, right? See if we can bid at this 80. Good bid and hold so far. I'm out 1 here into 92. Just preemptively selling into this 95 offer just in case. Got a runner. This is ES pushing into our Globex high. $50 till new 15s. It's our final 15 of the day. 5 minutes after that is MOC, so expect some volatility. Just into our 95 offer here. Again, I'm half out of my position. I have 1 left, 78 average, break even stop. Actually, stop sitting at 75, risking $60. Last 15 is opened. We held POC of previous candle here into our 75 to 80, just rotating up. We know that there's some absorption here into 95s. We've got 3 minutes until MOC. Yeah, there's a good chance. There's a good chance. I don't even know how much more upside there is, even if we do pop this. Right, like ADR is resting just up at 906. I was planning on taking profit into 910. Man, a lot of today was pretty miserable, not gonna lie.
Yep. This whole like I don't know, it's so weird when we have these like low volume and kind of slow but like really punishing moves. And then all of a sudden it gets fast and it just doesn't feel like consistent.
Yeah.
It's hard to get in a groove.
One minute to go now to give the market on close imbalance data.
MOC, 30 seconds. I'm flat in MOC. I can't be bothered. Maybe I miss out. I don't care. Flat into 95 again.
Ten seconds.
If there's a momentum trade, maybe I trade it. If not, fine.
Market on close imbalance. S&P 500 buy side 1.7 billion. Nasdaq 100 buy side 833 million. Dow 30 buy side 487 million.
Big
And Mag 7
MOMC.
buy side 467 million.
I don't know if anyone got filled on that 80 test, but if you did, you just won. That's target. This is ADR and Globex high. We can push over 915, maybe more. Until then, just this 907, 915 area is great target.
So TikTok bias cited by Trump is same investor group as before. Trump said in an interview aired on Sunday that he had a buy for TikTok. A person familiar with the matter said buy cited by Trump is earlier consortium. TikTok investor group had included Oracle, Blackstone, and A16Z. TikTok bid stalled in April as US-China trade tensions had surged. So again, the possible buyers then of TikTok or the previous consortium include Oracle, Blackstone, and A167.
All right, well, that's your ETH high into 15s. Russell into our value high edge and rejection. A lot of volume up here. I mean, the bid looks fine still on NQ. Hmm. If we retest 15s, I might be interested. If not, then I missed it, and it's okay. Five minutes left. Just watching this 15 to 906. See if we can find a bid here on our ETH high. I feel like this move's kind of done if 890, 900 goes offer. So really just keeping an eye on this area. Let's see what happens into this ETH high. I would love for a bid to be present here actively, and we don't just step back down. Just watching. There's a lot of room, technically. POC on this candle is sitting at 895. I'd like to see this 915. Again, 915, 906, ideally hold. We're going to keep going up. Got to get over 25, so offer sitting there. If we do bid here. See what we do. Not seeing a ton yet. Hmm.
Two and a half minutes. Big ES retest here.
Yeah, 15's here on NQ as well. Globex high. Just watching which way this battle's gonna end. Seems like our offer is sitting here, 15 to 25. Full Russell rotation, another hold of our value low. So there might be room if we can see a secondary bid step in here on RTY for one more leg up on NQ. If we're gonna do a push to value high, right? Something like that. Keeping an eye on it. We have a minute and a half
Quick one
left.
to political reporter, Punchbowl reporter on X. They say there is just so much skepticism in the House Republican conference right now that the chamber can pass to the reconciliation bill this week. Again, there's just so much skepticism in the House Republican conference right now that the chamber can pass the reconciliation bill this week.
Trump's gonna be furious if that doesn't get passed for 4th of July.
They add that I'm not saying they won't, but mods, conservatives, leadership, etc., everyone thinks this is going to be extraordinarily difficult.
Offer holding into 25, rotation back down to this 905. RTY failed to make a higher low, retesting our value edge. $40 left till close. This area is pretty untradeable right now. The only thing I could see is that 25 offer. There's potential liquidity into 90, which could be interesting. You're gonna need to see if that's real. Testing now. Filling this gap. Holy volatility. And that's close.
Ding, ding, ding.
So they filled that void. That's now full. Very clearly a bid there. Our issue is if this goes offer and we can't get back over 900s, then sell side is probably going to rotate this thing down back to 850 would be my guess. In after hours trading. Let's see what they do. I'm going to stay for like 5 minutes just to see. So that was a pretty clear take at 900. Now you have the offer trying to step down here at 80s. Your 50 target would just be a mean reversion. The way I see it is if we can't get back over 900s, if this 900 stays resistance, We're watching for this to go offer on a look below 75s, and then a rotation to 50 for the reversion trade. Something like this. 80 is your last, basically, bid defense before that happens. I want to see if this is going to hold or not. Give it a second. Basically, it's like if or H can hold at 75s when we get back over 900s, okay, sure, the bid's fine. We'll build out a balance up here. But if the 75-80 can't hold, then it's just a rotation back to ORL from a failure at ORH. That's the idea, basically, as well as that being our 15-minute VWAP. It's the same thing on ES. This is our ORH we're pushing into. Absorbing so far into 75-80.
I am gonna boogie, go eat some food.
Peace.
I will see you guys in 30 minutes for class.
You doing anything? Is this an order flow class or what is this?
Kind of, but also kind of not really.
Okay.
So it's going to be on kind of like a review of how to approach
US
trading
allows
all-time
South
highs.
LP to maintain pipeline at
I'll have this guy
US-Canada
talk
border.
really quick. So not really, because some of like a decent chunk is going to be based on like volume structure, but kind of because we're going to be looking at like footprint and understanding intraday areas using deltas and stuff of where to risk off when we don't have structure. So yeah, so not really, but there will be implements. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So all right,
Peace.
I'll see you guys soon. Goodbye.
Was Rory in here at all today? I don't think I saw him. World. I don't have the patience for this. All right. I will talk to you all tomorrow. I just was curious to see if this is going to play or not, but I'm not going to sit here for 30 minutes.